Just right. Back from the birthday party. This is my current problem. I want to store the GLSL ID full in a unique pointer. Stubborn. I want it to be a character const array. Maybe it works by creating a character const array. No, by making a unique pointer. Without the const. And then assigning that to the unique pointer with the const. I suppose that standard move is not working. It could that it works. Wait a minute. Yeah, I just have to do get. Think. No member named GLSL ID full in vulkan shader builder shader resource texture. Did you mean 2? Well, that is debatable. Okay, there's 2. It's also used here. Yeah, hi. I never look at it. The STL is about functionality. You should just use it. It doesn't matter that it is ugly. I think the holes in general. The only thing that matters is that it is clean to use. So you can write code that is not ugly, that uses it. But what a library does under the hood is not that important. Well, that's not how I mean it, but at least it's an ugliness, say, is not really important. In the sense that maybe it must look ugly to be as good as it is. Hey, it compiles. Okay. So then apparently, well, I instantly don't know anymore where I was. There's another thing here. Let's just search for this. Nope. I'm going to rename them back, I suppose. I think I just fixed a bug in that, well, a bug that I ran into yesterday. The problem was that the character pointer that is returned by this function that was pointing to the data of a standard string, and I had the idea that the standard string would outlive the use of that pointer. But that was not the case, because I construct the texture as a temporary and then do a move assign to its final place. So the original standard string member of the texture, of the temporary texture, was already destructed, so my pointer was pointing to hyperspace, or how do you call that? That's why we did get the weird characters. If you were here yesterday, you saw that I renamed everything. I'll show what I did, and then it becomes more clear, I think. As soon as it compiles, and linked. It was pretty close to another string that was called like this. Yeah, here. So here you have debug output that writes adding two shader variables. Member GLSL ID full, and then nonsense string. And the reason is because the type of this member is a character const pointer, and that was pointed to a member of a destruct texture object. I'm surprised you don't see that here. Oh, there's probably before. I think I even printed that. You could see it somewhere else. Yeah, here. So here the texture is created, but this is a temporary. And then it has a member as a standard string, which is destructed immediately afterwards. This is a call to the destructor. So anything that points to the data of this standard string was nonsense, which you just saw over here. If I can find it back. Yeah. So how did I change it? What I did was I replaced my standard string with a unique pointer to a character const array. The difference being that a short, no, that must have been actually, but a short string is stored inside a standard string. Maybe it was stored inside a standard string. I'm not even sure how many characters are stored inside it. Maybe it didn't even fix it. We'll know in a second when I run it. But the idea is that now I really allocate memory. So that happens here. First I make this string with just with a standard string as before. Start with the prefix and then append the postfix. Then I allocate memory and create a character array with the size of the string plus 1 for the terminating 0. Then I copy to that what I just created, and then I move that to my standard unique pointer. If then we do a copy assign, sorry, move assign to the final place, then the actual pointer to the character array is preserved. So now it does not point to nonsense anymore, I hope, right? Already compiled it and now I'm running it. Obviously it crashes, but hopefully somewhere else than before. Yeah, that is somewhere else. This I'm not exactly convinced actually. Ah, great, definitely. I have not been here before. Now finally we stop on this assert. We didn't get here before. So yeah, I fixed that other problem, I guess. I could actually just do the same searches and then see if now things changed, of course. Yeah, so before we had nonsense here and now it looks good. And because this now exists, it does find that string and then it replaces it. So I can also replace it in the shader code. So I can also look at how that is logging. So we have compiling, and then this has a texture. No, it must be a fragment shader. There's a second vertex shader. Oh, what the hell, I'm not looking for this. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, it says just code, which means this is the the template code, so it does have this string in it. And then it says compiling, so now it has translated it, that is, or pre-processed it. And that means that this declaration was added, which is wrong. That should not have been set free. But for the rest, it looks good. And it replaced this string with this string, and that's correct. It's just this thing here. So that works. That works now. Same thing with the other fragment shader. Oops. And another one. How many fragment shaders do I compile? Okay. I forgot why I put this assert here. This is initialize, which is in this test program creating a pipeline. I think, or this line is more clear. This line is creating. No, it's not creating pipeline. It's preparing all the create info in order to create a pipeline. One of the things that we need are all the descriptor set layouts. And this function here, realize descriptor set layouts, either creates the descriptor set layouts or gets already created descriptor set layouts from a cache. And just before the assert, I print all the elements in that vector, but these are just handles, so that would be those hexadecimal values here. Apparently the first three are the same handle. Now you can look for what the handles mean by simply searching for them. So here's one. It says here created object and descriptor set layouts binding 0 descriptor type combined image sampler of a fragment shader. Okay, so that's the descriptor set of my texture. I think these should have been 3 different things. Something's wrong. Created M descriptor set layout binding 0 descriptor set type uniform buffer. I should have 3 uniform buffers. So yeah, not really good. Descriptor count 1 for the vertex shader. Yes. Okay, seems to make sense, but see if I see that handle more often. Probably not. Hopefully not. Nope. Nope. I suppose the only thing that this uses as input is the sorted descriptor set layouts. Let's start looking what that is. It does print it though. Though I'm rather looking at how it is being filled. That would be here. Source set. It's just a resize. And here we are really filling it. Push back descriptor set layout binding. Okay, so each shader resource declaration context, of which we should have one per descriptor set. Calls push back descriptor set. So if I want to see this back in the debug output, then I can look for this. That is when we enter the function, and then I want to know how often we get at the top of this for loop. Let's print debug output here. And that says, say, just print this. I don't know if I can print it like that. I think I should. I want to be able to print everything. But this is a standard pair. I think I'll just add it. I can already print vectors like this. So I'm going to be a bit sidetracked in a moment to be able to print arbitrary standard pairs as well. Anyway, once this works, we are calling push back descriptor set layout binding, and I definitely want to know that we get here. So I'm entering and then we print all the arguments. This is already a handle, or isn't it? What is it? No, it's not a handle. I think it's a struct with data. Yeah, there's a binding number and the descriptor type, stage flag, descriptor count. Nobody knows what that is. Definitely a bit vague. Okay, let's assume we can print that. And that is then put in my sorted descriptor set layouts thing, which subsequently is being used to generate those or create those Descriptor set layouts. I know, man. Let's just try to print all this. So invariant operands to binary expression O stream and a standard pair. And yeah, I'll have to implement that. Going to a different terminal, I think. Maybe something in debug. I think I have it in CWS. Debug hosting. What? Print debug info for standard pair. So it already exists. What namespace is this in then? No namespace, that's wrong. So it in global namespace. Such nonsense. Yeah, that's not how standard OStream, sorry, that's not how operator less than works. You must put it in the namespace of the thing that you want to print. There is no other way. So this one must be in namespace boost, and this one must be in namespace std. Otherwise it's not going to work, in my opinion. However, it is frowned upon, if not just plain dangerous, to put something in namespace std. So that makes it highly dubious to add this operator at all. Now, there is a trick around it, and the trick is I'm not sure actually, but I think the trick is to put it in a different namespace and then include that namespace in the namespace that it should have been in. Slightly less dangerous. I think I already have something like that. How am I going to find that? It's something called with, how do I call that? Something with maybe operator or OStream, and then fallback I think is in it as well. Is that 2 words? No. Is it 1 word? That could be. And then we need something, either OStream, nope. Operator, also not. Debug then. Nope, failure to find it. Let's search instead for namespace. Oops. This is what I was looking for. Namespace OStream serial catch-all. This is now not really inside another namespace, right? So it's not. It's the same thing, not the same thing. Oh well, let's not fix this because I don't know. That would take a day. I'm just going to include this header. And then hope that it works the way it is. So I forgot where my error happened. Still doesn't work. You see, it starts. Oh, there's another one here. Yeah, but I think this kind of shows why it is not a good idea to not put it in namespace standard, because you see it does include this file. I just either already or I just added it. CWDS dot dot is just my root, and then CWDS debug OStream operator is what I include. Then it finds this one. And it doesn't work because standard pair doesn't match what this is actually writing, namely U8 string view. So if I look at that, you'll see that this is a U8 string view. Now why does it find this? Well, because this is put in standard namespace std. And as a result, as the result of having any operator, any at all, in this namespace means that it is not going to look in namespaces below this. So it's not going to look in the root namespace, the global namespace. It stops right there. And because you do not control if there are operators, or let's call them OStream operators, in namespace std, you can definitely not rely on it that they that the compiler will ever find any OStream operator that is in global namespace. So the only way to use or to be sure that you find an OStream operator is by using argument dependent lookup, which means that it will look in the namespace of the arguments. Well, that means it will always look in std, but in this case, and that's more important of course, the thing that you will write, it will look in std because the type that you're writing is an std. So it must be put in std. I'm just going to do that, I think. I mean, come on. And it's just, I don't know when I picked up that knowledge and when I wrote this, but it is wrong. So this should be in namespace chrono. Now you can say that means that I can remove it, right? Because we are already in that namespace. I'm going to leave the std front of the OStream, even though I could remove it here. Because I just call OStream always std OStream. So I might grab my source code for it and I want to find it. Yeah, I did remove it apparently. And I just said I would keep it. Well, I'm even adding it back now. This was the same thing. std is removed in front of tuple. So I remove it here. And I remove the standard chrono in front of time point. Let's get the next one. Here's another one for standard chrono. It came before this one. And here's a map. Map standard pair, and then we get boost. Let's just move these first then. I think I already suffered from that before, that I tried to print a standard map and it didn't work. And I thought, well, I probably just don't have it. But I do. I did. Yeah, and these two should be in namespace boost. So let's just do that. The why I'm added method, namespace boost. Maybe there's a slightly better method, like I said, because it's kind of dangerous to add stuff to namespace that is not yours. But let's say I'll look into that another time. Yeah, I'm not going to use boost here. We are already in boost. Now, let's hope that it works now. kind of recompiling everything because I changed a very important header. Debug header is included everywhere. I think the include that I added was not necessary. It's probably already included just by including debug.h, which is included everywhere as well. And it compiles. Good. What did I want to do? I wanted something to do something. What did I want to do? Yeah, already include debug.h. So I think that's already including this. So let's not do that. So now I can uniform buffer test, run it again. It's still printing the same handle 3 times because I didn't change anything. I just print more debug output. It would be nice to find that debug output. And of course I forgot what the header was. Let's commit this, why not? Git status. This is a separate Git submodule. Yeah, git diff. Well, that looks good, right? Basically, git commit. Well, I guess this was the one. No, this one. This is the one. And what I was looking for is above that, really. So I want to know when we enter that function. Just little context generates. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. Let's run it again, just in case. vi troop. Let me first see how often it is called. 1, 2, 4 of a vertex, and then another vertex, and another, and another. And 2 fragments. And then this is the top again, I guess. Yeah. Why do I have so many vertexes? It's not really making things any more clear, is it? Ah. Nope. We're doing multiple things at the same time. We're in parallel or something like that. I need to know which one we're looking at here. And then I mean this. This is thread pool 0. But where are we then at that moment? I think this is basically the input. Yeah, so we call this function, and that returns a vector of size 4, where the first 3 are the same handle. I made my syntax highlighting such that if it is pink, it's a handle, a vulkan handle. So it's easy to recognize. It does have the same color though than this, which is just a string literal. This is slightly darker, I think. So 4 times means that the M sorted descriptor set layout has a size of 4. Because for each element of this vector we do a pushback, and that's returned. This stands for vulkan handle vector. It's a vector of vulkan handles. Pushback adds an element to the end. So we do that 4 times, and then this size is 4. And we saw that the first 3 are the same, exactly the same. Which means that the handle of whatever is returned is the same, the first 3 times that we call it. And we call realize handle on the descriptor set layout that is returned. Of returned that is in this vector, and this vector is being printed here, and it contains this. Let me just edit this file to make it a little bit more readable. Yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 elements. And well, I would have no idea why it would not return 3 times the same thing, because they're obviously completely the same. This is highly confusing. Again, people ask questions in chat. Do you know how to convert get const pointer something to an uint? Yes. You could do gas. No, that's the opposite of that, and the opposite of toString. Guess there are multiple ways. Can you explain to me like I'm 5? No. This seems like pain. At least, what's the use of this? Vulkan engine, question mark. What is Vulkan? Right. Well, there is a website called www.vulkan.org that explains something. Explains what Vulkan is. Vulkan engine is if I had to explain it to a noob, I would say it's kind of like a game engine. Vulkan is an interface to a the most modern interface to all the modern GPUs. Explain to you like you're 12. Well, that would work, probably. But I'd rather concentrate on my problem. Let me think. This can never work. It can never work. It's not a bug in the program. It's a design flaw ish. So now I have to understand what I want, what I originally wanted it to do, before I can make it work, fix it or whatever. Which is probably exactly why I had that assert false there, because I knew that it didn't work or couldn't work. And I thought Let's look at it later. So I think I'm going to go one step back and look at one element and how that came to be. One element of Descriptor set layouts. So this is the declaration of it, and this is just resizing it. Debug output, here we run over all of them, which then results in the wrong thing. And this is the only place where it's being filled. And it is being filled with whatever is being passed to this function. And that is done from this line. And that contains a set index. I didn't see that back. I didn't see back a set index at all. I just saw this. What? Is it a map? Huh? Hey? I was missing the set index and now I see that it is being used. Push back. What the hell is M owning shader input data type? Oh, it's just a shader input data. Whoops, I meant this function here. Push back descriptor set layout binding. Yeah. That is adding to a vector. With the set index. Oh, what the hell? Set index is per definition different for each of them. It's just the index of the vector. Now I see the light. Whoops. Okay, so let's assume that this is correct. Then what is wrong is lots of them. I don't know which one. Oh, that's the one. Descriptor set layout. I think it's correct. The layout is the same. Except that the layout should not be the same, but that's a different problem. A Vulkan engine. Vulkan engine is exactly what it is. I don't know how to describe it better. Yes, sort of. Well, I'm more concentrated on automating everything. Okay, I'll digress here. Let's say, well, for a start, this project exists of lots of code that I wrote. Let's say I have this. I wrote this. No, I didn't write that. Not external. So I should remove external here. I think I just did the wrong. And .kit is also not really what you want to see here. I said not want to see. Yeah. So that my project exists of files that I wrote and a little bit external stuff. And that is in total 166,531 lines. And if I just look at the source code of the project that is Vulkan related, that is only 36,000 lines. And if I look at an example program, that's under 1,000 lines. Most of it goes into Windows.h in terms of functionality. So as a user of the whole thing, you would write 1,000 lines and then you have some kind of working application, which is pretty minimal still, but okay. And you would be using this many lines of code, or a little bit less, I guess, then, as, let's say, to accelerate your development, even backed up by that many lines of code for the whole thing. So how would I put that? Well, I don't know, production improvement, increasement, increasing the production. You want to write a little bit and then get a lot of power out of it, something like that. And then specific for Vulkan. So if I have here and just say in this case I have 2 pipelines and 3 uniform buffers. And no, this is the code that generates the render graph, which is extraordinarily small. It's nothing special, I mean, it's just a few lines of code. And then you can specify the number of frame resources and the number of swap chain images, the maximum number anyway. And here's some code that deals with textures. I guess in the end I can even abbreviate this more, but you can just, you have a texture, maybe just a file number, and that's it. And here are the 3 uniform buffers that I have to say something about it. But I think not as much and not as complex as Vulkan API wants you to do. I think that this has to be removed as well. Oops, eventually. So the idea is just that it gets more intuitive, I guess, easier, at least for me, to write something that uses Vulkan. But yeah, at least it's helping me to learn Vulkan, because I really have to get to the bottom of it before I can write my library. And I write it in a way that it is ridiculously powerful. So here I have classes that allow me to make to generate pipelines with certain characteristics, and then how do you call that? Make a Cartesian product out of them. So this is still user code, and there is a lot of stuff still in it that I want to work away. If you understand what I mean. I think when it's not abstract, it's not flexible. I cannot extend it easily to something that is way more complex and yeah, well, just way more complex with a breaking code. Like this is almost raw Vulkan API. You have to specify everything. And in the end I want to make it much more abstract. I don't want to have to do all of these steps one by one. I just want to say I have an object, draw the object. Okay, I'm pressing escape. Really, seriously, I did. And now, oh, that was the backtick. That's the wrong key instead of the escape key. Right. I think that it's correct. We just have 3 times the same layout, so this is not wrong. Well, it is wrong because really we should have 3 descriptor sets and not 4. So this last one should be combined with that one. But that would be yeah, visible only later. Maybe I should just remove the assert and continue with whatever we were doing here. Oh, now I remember it. Now I actually looked at this function call. The problem here is that I'm calling this function create uniform buffers once, and it expects the top descriptor set layout to be the first argument here, and then left and then bottom. And my question was, how do I know which is which, because I just have an array here with size of 3. Well, it's size of 4, which is wrong. And yeah, So I thought if I now just print out what is in the vector, then maybe I will understand which is which. But that gets a little bit complicated by the fact that the contents of the vector is still wrong. Like I said, now I have 4 descriptor sets, and I need 4, and I need 3. So maybe first should make it contain the correct things, and then I can try to sort out in the order, the right order that I want to pass them here. But this is just the user code, so I can write some hacks. It doesn't really matter as long as the application works, it's okay. In this case, we already saw that the contents of the first 3 are exactly the same handle, so the whole order doesn't matter at all. But if I would do that, let's say copy this line, I'm just going to add a hack here where I add I just passed the first 3, right? So like, so I'm just gonna pass 0 as the top, and then 1 is left, and number 2, the third one, as the bottom. Now, since all 3 are exactly the same, the order doesn't matter, and you would say, well, then it should work. But it doesn't work because it's wrong to begin with. I think now we are going to get a validation error. I don't think I have any other asserts left, really, like this. That it would still be interesting to see what happens now. A double core dump, also very interesting, when 2 threads decide to core dump at the same time. But they crash at least at the same assertion. That's interesting. But yeah, I have validation error here. Okay, do I have other validation errors? I can read this. No, seriously. Just look at the colors. This color here, red, and these kinds of blocks, and it says VK update descriptor sets. That's a function. This thing should be on this line. It should fix it sometimes. Validation error in function VK update descriptor sets. That's in this function. P descriptor writes 0 failed. Write update validation for M descriptor set 0. Note 1 being object type descriptor set, object handle blah, object name M descriptor set 0. Not very useful. With error M descriptor set 0 allocated with M descriptor set layouts binding 0 descriptor type uniform buffering descriptor does not have binding 1. Now that's exactly the case. I mean, I didn't understand any of it, but I expected this one. We do not have binding 1. That's because binding 1 is being put in the 4th. Do I still have that output? Of course I still have that output. So somewhere printing M sorted descriptor set layouts. Yeah. You see, so the first element has a binding 0 and nothing else. Ends here, ends here. Then the next one is exactly the same, it also has only binding 0, and the third one also has only binding 0. And then the fourth one also have binding 0. But what it should be is that this one should be combined in the set of top, whichever that one is, and get a binding 1. And then we would have had a binding 1. And we see that it is complaining about, the validation error is complaining about the descriptor set 0. So it should have been combined with in the index 0. So this element should not be there, and instead m-sorted bindings should have an element extra, one binding 0 and one with binding 1. And I already know why that goes wrong. That it goes wrong because they are put in a different descriptor set, and they are put in a different descriptor set because I didn't implement that to be done differently. And now I have to remember where that was. I think it's in this function here. These 4 lines are what the user code writes. What I write is the following. Let me explain. I say, I want you to add this uniform buffer, the top buffer. Well, okay, it adds it. Descriptor set 0, we didn't use 0 yet. Binding 0, didn't use binding 0 yet. Then I said, I want you to add this uniform buffer, but you are not allowed to use the same set as that you used for the top. The first one is you must, I want you to use it, and the second one is I don't want you to use it. Now, where does this come from? This is just declared here. These things that we use here are just up here. The type is a set key preference, and it exists of the key that I got from the top buffer. So the window top buffer that I use here, that is my uniform buffer. I also use here. I extract from that a key, and the key is just what I recognize the thing with then. And 1.0 means 100%. So my preference is not really preference, it's more like stamping feet and saying that I insist. And this is, like I said, do use, and this is don't use. So I insist that it is not using the same set as the top buffer. That means then that this thing will get a different set, a different descriptor set than that one. Next, I create a bottom buffer, and again, it must use this, I don't care, but it must not use with 100% certainty either the top or the left. So yet again, another one. So this becomes set 0, this becomes set 1, and this becomes set 2. And then, and that goes wrong because my stupid implementation currently just gives a new set at everything. So it is already 0, 1, and 2. Without that I'm looking at this even. I just give a new set every time. What then we do, I want you to add this texture, that texture, and it must use the same set as this one. So with 100% certainty, the first this one was empty, but now it's not empty. This is what I want to use. So it must get the same set as the top. So even if I do not implement the code in add uniform buffer, but I fix the code in add texture, then it will give me the same oops. Descriptor set. Now here's the fix me that goes with that. Implement using preferred descriptor sets on desirable descriptor sets. I did not implement that. And that's not easy. So instead of implementing that right now, I'm just going to add a hack here. We know that it is 0. I want it to use 0. Fix me. Don't hardcode 0 here. So now I have sorted layouts as first argument, which is set 0, the following bindings. Binding 1, which is a texture, and binding 0, which is a uniform buffer. Then the second argument is just binding 1, which is a uniform buffer. I'm not looking correctly at that, I think. Let's copy the whole thing. Yeah. Okay, so we do have 3 elements, 1, 2, and 3. And the last 2 only have 2 bindings. Only, sorry, the last two only have one binding, binding 0, which is the same content as before. And this one mysteriously changed into having twice binding 0. Once for fragment and once for vertex. Now I understand the binding 1, which is the texture in the fragment shader. I'm not sure how I can have two bindings in the same descriptor set. Twice binding 0 in the same descriptor set. I don't think this is correct. I think this third element should not have been here. How late is it? Sorted bindings. 3 elements. Why? Really? And this is a race condition, not a bug. I don't know why, but I don't feel like continuing. I'm lazy. I'm going to do something else. Sorry guys, let me read the chat and then I'll quit for today. Although probably people left again because I didn't read the chat for so long. So like API calls the GPU. It's an API to communicate with GPUs, yeah. Yes, it's like a game engine. Yes, it's real life. Someone asked if it's a real live stream. Don't you hate those live streams that say that it's live? Like the launching a rocket to wherever. And then you watch it and the countdown goes and the stages go loose and the rocket goes higher and higher. And then you think, oh, exciting, exciting. And then they get to the end and then they start over because it's just a replay in a loop. Nothing live about it. It's disgusting. They should forbid that, I think. At least they should forbid having calling it live. They just make it a video that you can just watch. How to learn C++ in the best way. Yeah, that was a long answer. And I want to know for sure that you're still in the chat. George Hammond. Participants. I see only Akunala in the chat according to YouTube. Anyway, I'll answer George Hammond. Are you from Germany or the Netherlands? I'm from the Netherlands. You know, RX from Thor? No. What is best, C or C++? Well, C++, of course. Cannot find a good tutorial for development C++ using CMake in VS Code via Clang compiler. Yeah, Google. Any suggestions? Google it. Completely agree with Mohammed Salmandar, but I won't repeat what he said. What is UBT? That stands for Uniform Buffer Test. Orchids think he knows everything. Hey, I have a question. I mean, Orchids, I make mistakes all the time. So if you want to look at a coder who is flawless, never making a mistake, then don't look at my streams. I have a question. When I open a DLL file from a Steam game, it looks too weird and like impossible to read. It's like encrypted. Is there any way so I can see it? So why do you ask it here? Oh, well, anyway, I cannot answer that because I'm using Linux and not Windows. DLL is Windows. It is, however, I think a dynamically linked library that it stands for. So it's like a shared library. It's object code. So yeah, if you look at that, you just see random bytes. And then Akunala asks, sir, I make iPhone apps. Is good for C. Well, wait, there's no comma there. Sir, I make iPhone apps. Is good for C. No, don't understand the question. I'm going to do something else. So call me tired. I don't know. I'm a bit down as well, I must say. Progress is so slow. And I'm constantly reminded, haha, pun not intended, that my memory is so bad. So I have to do things over and over, and it seems to get only worse. Yeah, what shall I do? So this problem is, or I can look at it in the debugger, which should be. It stops on the validation. There's still a validation error. Okay, that's something we can do with. That is something that we can do something with. P bindings 2 as duplicated binding number. Right. That's what I thought. what I really should be looking into is the question binding 0 here, okay. Binding 1 here, okay. Binding 0, okay. And then we get another binding 0. That's not good. Why would it be doing that? Grep project sources. So at this point I'm inserting it, and binding 0 does already exist. Yeah, that's not good. But you know, it should be better to crash here. Is it easy to do that? Just add debug code. So I'm going to add if def cw debug, and if now we're going to run over everything that's already in it, which is a vector, right? Yes. That might be problematic. Set index. What? Oh, pushback. Yeah, no, never mind. I think the easiest way here is to let's not forget to add fix me. Remove this debug code. So what I want to do is check why we're adding that wrong element. So I'm just going to assert on let's not add the third element. So I want the size of this thing to be less than 3. No, less than 2 even, because we're going to add 1. So the size can be 0 or 1, and if it is 1 I add 1, we have 2 elements, but 3 elements is not good. Such nonsense. No. No, what am I doing? I would expect a pushback with that thing here. Oh, it's calling pushback on, and I think it must be a vector because I'm calling pushback. But the pushback is this member, which then a sorted vector insert. Well, it inserts in m-sorted bindings using layout binding compare. Holy moly. Right. Right. Yeah, be prosto. I would do that if it turns out to really tries to add duplicates that should not be there. But I'm adding something that should not be there at all. It's not a duplicate. It has a different bit for the shader, so it's a fragment shader. I don't even use that in a fragment shader. So it's more than just looking at the binding number. Okay, so now this assert that it just added fires. So at this point we're trying to add a third argument. And the argument that I'm trying to add is hence that thing, which was just printed anyway. As debug output. Can I see that? Not really. Strange. Maybe flush was needed. No, cordon flushes. Just print it here. All right. The image is added last, and then it's inserted somewhere in the middle. So I already added the wrong element before this. So I can see all the elements that are in there at the moment. Probably not. Well, we can. capacity length of 3. Why already? I know this one. We're talking about this one. Capacity and length are 2. I have a binding 0 and a binding 0. And that's it, yeah. And now we're adding binding 1. And I don't think that of those 2 binding zeros, this one should be there. So yeah, that's then assert on when I'm adding a binding 0, I guess. Well, I already have one element. I think the order reproduces pretty well, so might as well do that and then see which one we're adding at that moment. There we are. It is now adding binding 0 and mask 16. Okay. Yep. Hopefully I can print this without everything going to hell. Uniform buffer, but that's correct. No, sorry, no, it's not. Binding 0, okay, that's a duplicate and it's for a uniform buffer. And a fragment shader, that's weird. I'm not using a uniform buffer in the fragment shader, as far as I know. Maybe in a comment. So, but yeah, then still something is really wrong, but it should just work. It should just work anyway. This comes from bindings, right? So it's really a matter of what is in bindings. Only 2 elements. Imagine I'm using Arch. That's this 8024 E18. Something else. Still not really helping. Yeah, okay, so what is needed is a lot and lots of debug output. Also always dubious is because it's hard to believe that I not already include that. But okay. Yeah, no. It's more like definitely only want to include this one. That varies. This should be for a single set. Should be for a single set. Hmm. Well, I don't know. So I have my debug output, but where is it? think I was trying to find out why this has twice binding 0. I'll be right back. Sitting in the dark, can't see my keyboard and stuff. Okay. Yeah. Good. Grab project sources. So here I'm printing this pointer of the object that contains the vector that has an element too much, which has a type. What? Nou, het is share input data. I also got myself an apple cake. At the moment we add to that, also that same disk pointer is being printed. Oops. Then I guess this one is the wrong one. I must say I'm not convinced. What kind of output is this? It starts in the middle of the line. Though I guess it belongs to this. Okay, that's interesting. I'm hearing music, and I thought it was. Oh wait. Yes. I started coding at 12, and I became obsessed with computers. And yeah, well, if you do nothing else, and but I'm not as good as I used to be because I'm getting old. I'm now 58, and my memory is degrading seriously. At 15, I would see an error and then immediately know the whole source code from my head. Basically, just knew what. Oh, that error. There's an error on that line. And now, if I do something and 2 seconds later I switch to a different page, I forget it again. It's horrible. Okay, let's do something serious. I just needed some apple cake. I ate it now. Why? I just feel stupid, seriously, with this. I mean, I don't know. I just added a lot of debug output. Now we have that debug output. What am I doing? Why am I not seeing what I want to know? So, but the advantage of that is, I think, that it is easier to follow for people that watch this stream, because I have to spell everything out for myself. And I'm going to do that. So we have debug output. The problem is that this vector contains an element, the first element. That's the first element, and that first element is also a vector, and that contains 3 elements, one with binding 1 and 2 with binding 0. So there's 1 here and second one is there. And I want to know when and why the wrong binding 0 is being added, because it's not possible to add twice a binding 0. Now, if I was, let's say, 30 years younger, I would just know. I just like, look at it. Oh, 2 times binding 0. Oh, right, that's that file, that line is wrong, you know. And I would have fixed it like hours ago. So the question, for me, the question is, when am I going to stop coding? How much worse does it have to get to be? Anyway, this is printed here. We get here. So at this moment, this vector, I can see what the vector is by jumping to it. It's a vector with a special index, but the only thing that it stores is set layouts. And the set layout contain a standard vector or something. So it's a vector of vectors. At this moment, the first element of this vector, which is a vector, already contains 3 elements that of which 1 is wrong. So it's already wrong. We get here from code that calls that function. Don't tell me it's being called from multiple places, please. Declaration, debug. Okay, so it's called from one place because we are in uniform buffers. So it's already wrong at this moment. Already wrong being this object here. M shader input data contains a vector which contains a vector which contains an element that should not be there. And this is inside a function. Let's scroll up in the function. I think that my vector is completely empty at the top of the function. So here. Now wouldn't it be nice to test that by printing it out? Or I could use my memory and just know what happens if I look at it. Yeah, it's empty. Yeah, it's empty. So the question is, which of these functions that we are calling in this function is doing something with that vector? Now maybe not this one. Now I forgot already which vector it was. It's M sorted something. Isn't it horrible? I think it's horrible that I cannot remember that. Yeah, this M sorted descriptor set layouts. So it might be beneficial to know which member functions of this class actually do something with it. Well, there's a resize, which is so if source set is being called, then we resize it. So this is my memory. Let's start over. Clear this memory. So the blip is resized by, and we are here in shader input data. Furthermore, it is added to, and this adds to the vector of the vector, so that is what is going wrong in this function here. So it is added to in that function. But this function here adds to that is a vector of vector, right? So it's adding to the vector, to the element with this set index. And what goes wrong is the first one. So this is index number 0. So I'm only really interested in the case where set index is 0. I'm going to say when printing So it adds to the vector that ends up with 3 elements, of which one element is wrong. At the moment it prints that it is adding to m sorted descriptor set layouts square bracket open 0 m sorted bindings. That's a vector that goes wrong, and then this is the vector that contains the vectors, and only the vector at index 0 is interesting at the moment. Okay, I have an accessor here, but it returns a const reference, so I cannot change it through that. So, optionally, it would be in this file. It's a .cxx file, but it doesn't even contain that. So there is really just one function that is... now nobody knows where we are. What the hell? There is only one function that... add stuff to it, and that's this function. So I want to know when exactly that function is being called. I think they might actually work. You just continuously write down what otherwise I would just remember. So this is now my memory. Okay, and this thing here is called, let's generate it's called from preprocess, which is called from build shader. So then I know where in the initialize X it's all happening. And I already feel it coming, I must say, because I'm calling build shader twice. Really. Yeah, okay, I already know it. Sorry, stupid, but I solved it, guys. Did you see it? Oh, okay. Let me continue my line of thought anyway. Am I blind, or where is generate being called? Render graph, no. Factory handle, unlikely. Pipeline factory, maybe. But not really. Well, not here anyway. Generate. Decoration, this is it. That's the one. VI. So generate is called from here, which is in pre-process. Yep. Can add that. Do that like that. Which also prints this pointer of the shader input data that we're talking about. And preprocess is called from build shader, like I said. Don't really have to type that in because then even I can remember that. But okay. And then finally build shader. Is being called from twice from here. That's the problem. I need 2 shader input data and I have 1. So I'm generating the stuff for one pipeline, for 2 pipelines to the state of one pipeline constructing. I don't know what you call it. It's just nonsense. So I think that what happens is that it's correct after the first call, after this one, and then it gets fucked up by the second call. So I definitely want to see debug output when build shader is being called, and that's not there. Let's add here the out entering. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to print the compiler, I guess. I don't know what the rest is. The rest. Okay, we do want to print at this pointer here. So at the top here, it's empty. Then the very first line, oh, I might even look for this, but let me first compile this again, run it again, because I added some debug output, I think. I think I answered this question every day a few times. And Mario, yeah, well, I'm from the Netherlands, as if you couldn't hear that from my accent, my very Dutch accent. Well, that's probably not a Dutch accent if I talk like this. I did run it. I'm going to run it again. I mean, I didn't run it, I compiled it. We go to the log file and we look for... I messed everything up again, as usual. That was my log file. This is the new log file, and I'm going to look for yeah, let's switch that around. I'll delete this. I have a separate command history, of course. Yeah, in each of the and now I've got which one was which. And they look exactly the same. Okay, whatever. Yep. That's it. Okay, so at some point we enter initialize x. Also twice, by the way. Once with 1 and once with 1. Once with 1 and once with 2, I mean. I'm just going to start at the top. I don't even know if there's a difference between the two. So, the first one. This one calls build shader. So my vectors are empty, and we call build shader, and that prints this. So from here I can search down, and we call build shader. That's already problematic because which is which? Well, I should have recorded that. The first initialize X is threadpool 2, so let me hide that one. And we're not going to leave threadpool 2 even, because this all happens in a single function, as we saw. The second call is by threadpool 0. Okay, remember that as well, in case it matters. So it's going to search down from here to calling build shader. And indeed, threadpool 2 is, well, the first call is slightly faster, and threadpool 2 is immediately behind. They do not bite each other because they have different this pointers. So all the vectors and variables that we look at are in different memory locations. I have to concentrate on one, so I picked the first one, which was this one. So I probably should highlight that as well, and I can do that by adding here an OR, and then this, and then that's not visible, it's regular expression, so now we have both. So at this moment my vectors are still empty. What happens then? Well, build shader is going to call preprocess. And note that we're going to call build shader twice, but I'm following it first into the preprocess. The preprocess is also printing something. So the next line that we jump to is... Oh, that was not nice. I make that mistake more often, it seems. Do what I want. Doesn't do it. It's still on match regular expression. Okay, so I have to leave there and then I can type. And jump to that function, but then threadpool 2. Okay, so now we are threadpool 2 is in initialize X, and it's calling shader input data preprocess. Then this function is calling generate here, but also multiple times. It's calling it once for each declaration context, and we have a declaration. We should have a declaration context per descriptor set, and I should have 3 descriptor sets, one for each uniform buffer. So you can see that but nothing is printed, right? We're not debugging it, we're just looking at debug output. This is searching in M shader variables, but I think that one is correct, so it just contains all the shader variables. And then I'm going to find those, and then we call this function which returns a declaration context per set index. And if things are correct, I have 3 set index now. So we're going to call generate 3 times before we exit this function. Once we exit this function, we are back here, and we're also going to exit this function, and then we come here and then we call build shader again. So definitely have to look out for that. Maybe I can best do that by looking for the following. Currently I'm at line 1122. And the next build shader call is in 1456. That's thread pool 3. That doesn't look good. Wait a minute. We are following thread pool 2. Well, immediately the line below that here. This one. So that would be, what's my cursor? This one, this, no? It passes the line that I want to go to. What the hell is this? I think my editor is completely what the hell? Nope, suddenly it's not there anymore. Now you're telling me that it's not calling thread pool 2 is not calling it another time? How would that be possible? Thread pool 0. Why is thread pool 3 calling this at all? And why does it look corrupt? Maximum annoyance. Oh, damn it. Escape. Thread pool 2 is not getting to the second build shader. Why not? Because the program asserts this in thread pool 3. So it can happen. So maybe it's not the smartest thing to follow threadball 2 then. I can however follow threadball 0, because that is getting to it, although I'm not sure if it leaves it. Threadball 3 is also calling it twice, by the way. I'm not even sure what that comes from. Might as well use that, I guess. Okay, I'm going to look for, again, initialize X. Threadball 2 is the first one, then we get a call from threadball 0. And another one from threadball 2. Another one from threadball 0. And then we go to the top again. Yeah. So it's absolutely beyond me why build shadow is being called from threadball 3. How the hell is that even possible? Oh, that's I'm Guth thing. Yeah, we're definitely not interested in threadball 3. That's I'm Gu. But then let me follow threadball 0, because I think that gets a little bit further. Okay, so I'm going to change this to highlighting threadball 0 and this pointer. Nobody knows. Okay, so what is happening after the build shader? We get that. That was quick. And that one calls to build shader, calls preprocess. Preprocess calls generate. And the only thing, well, what I was concerned about is that I want to see when it's done calling that. I think we get 3 calls. Should get 3 calls. And when it leaves, it should print the other build shader. So switch back to the other one. Now we are on line 1080. And the next call by threadball 0 to this function is here on line 1650. And now we're going to call generate, which I think is also printed. Yep, so this is the first call to generate from threadball 0. And that would then be the second one. We are now on 1187, okay. And the third one, 1197. And if I do it again, threadball 2, threadball 2, threadball 2, threadball 0 again, 1669, which is past 1650. So yay, everything is correct. We did call it 3 times, and now we're calling it again in the second build shader. And I'm interested in what happens in the first 3 calls. So So 1088. So this calls generate. This one. Yeah, we didn't get to see how this was put together, but generate works. So the input should be correct. Nevertheless, it does print it out. So it prints generating declaration. Yeah. This is just REPL2. So it's entering, and then it prints a generating declaration, running over bindings that has the contents. Map, vulkan, shader builder, shader resource, const pointer, unsigned int, blah blah blah. First set, second 0. So that's a single element with a shader resource pointer and the binding number of 0. Guess the shader resource pointer does not really matter. The most important part is that we only have a single binding number, which is 0. It also explicitly prints it out then in the for loop. And then we enter pushback descriptor set layout binding for set number 0. Binding 0. Blah blah blah. On the correct whatever this was. Shader input data, right? And inside that function we do adding binding 0. So now we add the first element. And it is from a vertex shader. That's correct. Well, it's going to add that to msort descriptor set for descriptor set 0. For that, in order to do that, is entering pushback with binding 0. Contents of msorted bindings is now binding 0. I said I added a lot of debug output. That's what you get then. Okay, well, where am I? There. So here, contents is now binding 0. Triple 2, 0. Shader, entering shader resource declaration context generate. So now we get the second call. Generating declaration, running over bindings that has the contents. This one also has a single content, only binding 0. What? Oh, this is for set number. This is the next set number. So set 0 has a binding 0. Now we're adding binding 0 to set number 1. So that's not interesting, because the only time that we are really interested in is when it adds to set 0, as it says here, with set 0 index 0. So that's when it's printing this, printing, adding, and well, the rest. Oops. So here adding, and then we have set one. So not really interested in that. This is the third call. Running over bindings, it has the content. Again binding 0, but it's not doing anything. So I guess it's just ignoring it because it saw that it was already added. No, it does, sorry, it does something. Go here. This is adding to binding 2. Set index number 2 is also not interested. Entering set layout pushback. Binding 0. But that is then for set index number 2. Still. I think it only added one thing, right? Can I find that back? So I'm looking for something that starts with thread ball 0 and then followed by an adding, followed by two zero. Nope, not working. I'm developing a vulkan engine, as it says everywhere, I think, in the topic. Kind of lost it here now. Why does my search or regular expression search not work? Not that again. Okay, here we have an adding, binding 0. And that's all there is. So we passed 3 generates, and then the next one is again build shader. Here, pip process. Generate. Adding. Here it's adding binding 0 again, and adding binding 1. Yeah. Well, I feel like a waste of time because I already realized this an hour ago, like I said, and then I thought I'll point it out anyway. So the problem is indeed that the second call to build shader is using the same object, the same shader input data. So this one and this one use the same mshader input data, which goes wrong because apparently the fragment shader is using something that the vertex shader is also using. I think I added that just for the heck of it, and now we see that it resulted in a bug indeed, I would say. And or I'm missing something here. Because it is a different shader. You have to admit that. So let's think about it. We have the following shader. This is number 1 vertex shader, which is using all the uniform buffers. And then we have number 2, and then we have number 1 vertex shader, which isn't using anything, isn't using any uniform buffer. Nor is this one. Okay. Maybe we have to look a bit longer then. Yeah, oh well, that's interesting. Okay, the serious bug then. Back to the debug output. So the second call from, I'm going to jump to the top. Now I'm going to jump to the first call to build shader by thread pool 0. That's this one. That's the first one. Your first call, and then to the second call by thread pool 0. That's this one. And then we get a call to generate, of course. Let's jump to generate immediately. And then we get an adding to set index 0 of a binding 0. This is nonsense. How the hell can that happen? What is it trying to add here? Huh? Okay, this is wrong. See, it is uniform buffer, and it's a fragment shader, and I'm not using a uniform buffer in not any way. We just saw that in a fragment shader, so this entry should definitely not be there. And that happens when it prints something with adding. The strangest thing is that should also result in creating over the declaration. So struct and layout, etc. in the fragment shader. And yeah, I don't think that happened, or what? I'm going to add an assert here, so I have a shortcut to the problem. I do not want that the type equals fragment shader. VK descriptor type. I guess I picked the wrong one. Uniform buffer I meant. What am I doing? Descriptor type EE uniform buffer. That's a descriptor type. Yeah, it's already. What was it? Descriptor type. Where do I get my fragment share? Stage is just simply stage flags. Okay, sorry, that was the one. So stage flags are indeed that E fragment, right? If this happens, then we have a problem. Was because I am not using a uniform buffer in a fragment shader. Let me see if that crashes. Yeah. Well, that's good. We crash here, so let's run it in debugger. Well, there's not much you see here. It's more like the moment that second element was added to M bindings that will tell us, because it should not have been in M bindings to begin with. But Yeah, I want to see the content of this thing really. Not sure how I can print it. So I have, it's a key. I think I can embed, if my debugger is smart enough, it can just print begin. I can't, I don't know where to begin. Oh what? Maybe it should have added a P. Print begin. Can't resolve methods. Oh, okay. That's why I never use the debuggers, or seldom. They don't work. Okay, then we do something else. It is, at least it knows this type. Does it? Does it know this type? Please let it know this type. Bing bing. Boing. Beep. I want to know what that is. Printed. Undefined comment. Okay, I said printed. Dereference, please. Where's my star? Here. Oh yeah, different. Boom, boom, boom. Wow, it actually prints it. Top position. Descriptor type uniform buffer. Index set 0. Member pointer. Blah blah blah. Okay, so yeah, well no, I'm not using top position in any fragmentator, so I'm still saying that this should never have happened. Yeah, okay, so where is something added to M bindings? Let's leave this debug output alone. Do I want to write something? Oh, I removed all the colors. Oh, whatever. Okay, project sources and bindings. That would be here, I suppose. Stuff is added here. Resource M next binding. Set index. Update binding. Can I recognize that in my debug output? I think so. The shader resource is there. Let's have a look. Well, this looks like it, but it's not telling me that it is adding anything to fragment shader. Where did I get that information from? Uniform buffer, to position. Those were the stage flags that is passed. Okay, and this is vertex. So we need another one. Also vertex. Also vertex. Fragment, but this is a texture. Vertex, vertex, also vertex, 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 fragment with texture void, and I think I'm going around now. Yeah, so it doesn't happen. According to the debug output, it does not happen. How annoying is that? What is going wrong here? I don't understand. I'm doing something wrong, but what? Don't get it. I don't get it. Don't get it. Don't get it. I think it's about why does this guy have so many viewers? Everyone's wondering that, except maybe a handful. I'm just developing my Vulkan engine. and I'm broadcasting that. The only thing for it that people would be interested in watching this and not understanding Vulkan or C++ is at most because, and then I would have to be terribly arrogant. So I just can't say that myself. I'm not good. I'm just not just everyone. Not just everyone. Okay, so the problem is that we have an uniform buffer, rather randomly in M bindings at the moment that on that object generate is being called with for the fragment shader. What the heck? Shader resource declaration is being called from there. So the fragment stage comes from the shader info. This is just a single shader. The shader is the fragment shader. And M bindings is already filled or something maybe. It's bloody as difficult as yesterday. I don't believe it. I do not believe this. Pragma is Delta preprocess or something. Non-standard. Although Pragma once is implemented by every compiler more or less. And it tells the compiler that you only want to parse the header once. It's kind of like the macro guards. It's more efficient. Obviously, we should still have to use macro guards, but I don't because it works without them. Okay, a descriptor set is used for the whole pipeline, in other words, for all the shaders, all the shader stages. And therefore a single set could contain bindings that are either used in some stage or another. Not in all, sometimes in more than one. That's all possible. If it is used in more than one, let's say, well, certainly the descriptor sets are used for all the shaders. So say you have something in the descriptor set 0 and that is used in the vertex shader, that would be binding 0. And then this in descriptor set 0 that is also used in the fragment shader. Uses something else, that would be binding 1. Therefore, my shader declaration context, which keeps track of the binding number, needs to be reused for all the fragment stages. And I think that what now is happening is that while it is doing something for the vertex shader, it stores a binding for a shader resource that is used in the vertex shader. Then it continues with the fragment shader, and that would allow it to increment the binding number if the same set was being used. But my binding number depends on the shader resource. And I just lost what it is, shader resource. I can jump to it, but okay, so this should be mapping one-on-one with, yeah, with a shader resource, thank God, which is a uniform buffer or a texture in my case. And it is not storing in which fragment shader it's being used. In which stage it is being used? It's not being stored. Maybe that is an oversight. On the other hand, maybe it doesn't matter. But no, I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. Really. Okay, what was missing is that we have here here we keep the binding numbers. This is just a storage for which binding is linked to which shader resource. So given a set index, it's just the index of the vector. We have here the next not used binding. So every time something reuses a certain set, descriptor set, we pick the next binding. And then in this map we store that shader resource or that tactor or that uniform buffer is being used by that binding. So now again what would happen is that while processing the vertex shader, it stores something in bindings, namely a uniform buffer. And then uniform buffer is a shader resource, so we have a pointer to something that is actually a uniform buffer. And the map gets stored 0. And then for the fragment shader, the same bindings is being used because you see, that's kind of dubious. Why would I at all be interested in the bindings used in the previous stage? I need to keep this, but not this. Unless a shader resource is being reused. Yeah. Right. Why not store in the shader resource object? I could store it here. But why not store it in the shader resource object? Where in which stage it is being used. I think that would be information that I can use to get rid of this problem. I think that is this variable here, or rather VK shader stage flags. Let's see if I already used that. somewhere. I'm sorting on it. Sorting on the pop count of stage flags. That's interesting. Left hand side is descriptor set layout binding. Okay, so the descriptor set layout bindings contain those flags. Am I using that somewhere? I probably should fill it in or something like that. I don't know. Let's see. More stream. Pipeline. Pushback script. Binding cons reference. Really? Compare the set layout. It's used in a lot of places, I have to admit that. Too many places, but yeah, let's not give up because of half a page. So I'm gonna look at each of them. So they're being stored here on just a single bit. That's not correct. It's not correct. Yeah, now suppose I knew the flags and I stored them in shader resource. Then I can replace this with shader resource shader stages. So I already want them to be known. They must be part of shader resource. And then I can do something else with it, I guess, afterwards. This is just a bit. Anyway, dead end, and except for that it strengthens my idea that I should add it to the shader resource class. And then the next one is that one. Well, just to compare. Set layout. Yeah, it's also just being filled. Headers are usually not that useful, especially not constructors, and there's a pushback. Then also already should be filled. I would have to look what this pushback is called. Oh, what a horrible name, man. How can I find that? gonna be occur a billion times. Oh wait, another keyword. I know another keyword. Sorted. That helps a lot. Descriptor set layout binding. Is this an argument here? Oh yeah, and that's that thing that I was going to fix. Dead end. And then the next one is... Let's repeat it again before I lose it. Let's really repeat it without broken mouse. No, I just copied it. Or not. Anyone understand this? Okay, select it, copy, paste, then we get only this. Holy moly, everything breaks. Everything breaks. And I want to repeat it anyway. Descriptor set layout binding. It should be generated. Great. So that is what we're doing, I think. So what the idea was that I was going to add to both are no, they are not. Well, I'm just gonna go to back to Vulkan shader builder. Let's see. I don't think you can become a genius. Maybe if you start at age 0, better even before you're born. You know, there's women that play classical music all the time before the baby is born. But if you're older than 12, then nope. Then you are what you are, I'm afraid. In terms of genius. Yeah, well, it's not made by me. I looked for royalty-free music, and this is from tunetank.com. They have some suspicious subscription thing if you want to have more than 5 songs in your video. But so far they have left me alone, and if they start bothering me, then just stop playing music. Right? I just want royalty-free music that I can talk through. And I have a link in my description to that site. What you do here? So the idea was to add the stage flags. Nobody knows. Yeah, this is what did that mean? Why? What happened to my memory? That's the one. Okay, we have that. Probably need to access it, so let's add it to the accessors. And now I need to fill it as well. Need to fill it. So every time we encounter this shader resource, I have to set a bit. And it literally when encountering it. That can't be hard. Seriously, it cannot be hard. That has to be something to do with used in. Oh, that's a lot. I have is used in, and I have this also is used in, but then partly. Well, it's almost the same thing. But this is push constant. I'll have to look at all of them. Annoying. Push constant, vertex attribute, push constant, shader resource member. But it is a command. Insert shader variable is used in. That's probably the place that it is. One of those is being called. And or not. Declaration. Debug output, push constant, vertex attribute, push constant, debug output, vertex attribute, push constant, shader resource member is used in declaration, debug output. Here's the other one called. What I had, their input data might be related. And then I also see it being called right there. Declaration and debug output. And here it is being called on a shader variable. Obviously, it's a shader variable. Nope, it's not. But, oops. So we encounter it. This means that we encountered it. I think it's calling the other thing. So that's the one to follow. Push constant, shader resource member. This is the one. This then calls GLSL ID prefix is used in. on a context and with the shader resource pointer. Where does that come from? I'm blind. Oh, it's an M. Idiot. M for shader resource member. Ah, right. Okay. So this is the thing then, I guess. Or it has nothing to do with the declaration context, if you ask me. You can just do it here. I'm gonna call it sol. Nah, used in also. Used in. Shader stage. Used in shader stage, which is that type. I'm not going to need it as an argument. Okay. I think now it's being filled. So now I can use this one, stage flags, in that function that currently contains I don't know, something like equals stage flags. Stage flag. Flags. Nope. What was that function called? I'm clueless. Help me out. Reading the chat. What was it called? The thing where I said I can replace that with what I have in my mouse buffer now. Not push constant, of course. Found it. But in the meantime, my mouse buffer is emptied again. Stage, shader stage. Maybe I should call it shader stages then, instead of stage flags. What do you think? Well, this is called stage flags, so stage flags. Great. And now I can fix my bug. Because what happened is we were running over these bindings and then I did something wrong. But what? I did something wrong. I want to remember what I did wrong. Shader resource. So that is linked to the binding that we have. I called push back descriptor set layout binding. I think that was definitely not what I wanted to do, because this function adds to the, yeah, okay, so I simply do not want to call this. If something, do not call it. Continue, right? Then we go to the top. So we have to skip the, we have to skip things that were this, these flags do not contain shader stage. I'm almost guessing now. That's very bad. No, what? That's not const. That was an access word, it's not. Shader resource pointer is const. Just make it unconst. I just hate to do that. If I work with pointers, I really like them to be const. For some reason. Feels more thread safe, if you know what I mean. Read access and stuff. Scary, scary. This, well, that shall be non-const. Add numbers. Okay. Right. I better write this to a file and then try to figure out how it looks now, as in hopefully all my grabs are still there. Let's start with build shader and then follow the one that calls it twice. So I have thread pull 2 and 3 here. And this is thread pull 0, we ignore that one. Thread pull 2 calls it twice. And that is thread pull 3 too. But thread pull 2 was first. So I'm going to follow thread pull 2 in this case. Let me just do that in the same way also. Repeat what I did before, add that, which still doesn't work for some reason. And I also had adding here. And then we jump to generate. Triple 2 generate adding 2 0 binding 0. This one works. Yeah. Then no adding here, and the third call, oh, this is a different thread pull. This is the second call. We're just doing in adding. That's thread pull 3. So I really want to link these two. Is that possible? Thread pull 2. Pull. Thread pull 02. Magic. No magic. What the hell? Why not? How is that not working? Ridiculous. Of course this works. Well, nobody understands why this is not working, but it isn't. Going back to adding, at least then I see something. Let's start from the beginning again. This is so difficult. Thread pull 2, go to generate, thread pull 2. And then we go to adding of thread pull 2, and this is thread pull 2. So binding 0 is added, and then I go down and I see another adding, also thread pull 2, and again binding 0. Why? Oh wait, sorry, this is set index 1. This is set index 0. This is set index 1. I can ignore this one. And here we have an adding for set index 0, but that is thread pull 3. So also can also be ignored. So I got to go down further. We have another adding, but that is in set index 2. And here I want another for thread pull 3, and then we are done here. So we have just one binding 0 added here. So then we go. I think I had all the generates for that thing. Yeah. I need to see a call to. I'm gonna go to the previous one. Let's find the next build shader. Not sure. Not sure. Here it's adding binding 1 to set index 0. And then we should not get any anymore. It's a different thread pool. Oops, of a different thread from the pool, whatever. And then we go realize. Now it would be nice if it printed sorted descriptor sets. Here we have the descriptor sets, and it has for the first element an array with a binding 1, drum ruffle, and the binding 0, and that's it. It is fixed. Well, as you understand, I'm going to quit right here. Yep. I don't know anymore which the problem resulted in. I think a validation error, right? We did see the crash, I think the same crash. But then before that there was a validation error, and let's hope that now that is not the case anymore. If you do validation error, information, validation error, I think was a capital, or maybe it was not a capital E. We do not have validation errors anymore. So prints 3 things now. Yeah, that's good. So this one is set 0 with the layout because it has 2 bindings, and these 2 are the same because they both have 1 binding for the same thing. The layout itself is the same thing. So the caching works as well. Very good. Diff. This is what I was working on, and I'm now passing them kind of randomly to this function, and that is dubious, although by coincidence working at the moment, or I'm not even sure if that is the case. Probably should concentrate on the current core dump. I added a lot of debug output, but well, let's keep it. I don't know. I have a debug accessor added here. Probably remove that one. Not even used anymore. You mean training on public repositories? Well, Microsoft owns the GitHub, but my repository is public, and yes, I think they can, because there are definitely no laws yet for learning neural networks. You could argue that there's a neural network that can finish drawings these days. Of course, I forgot the name. I'm gonna stop anyway, right? So let's do this. Let's get into this topic. What was it called? So is that a correct name here? Neural network. Maybe a little machine learning, I don't know. Drawing. Finish drawing. I don't know. Not really. Maybe we should look on Google or so on YouTube instead. Search. What was it? Preparation. I can't even better. Prepare for starvation. Unfortunately, he's right. But it's going to be really bad, guys. I agree with that. Starvation, probably not where I live, but yeah, it already started in Sri Lanka, didn't it? It's going to happen a lot of places. I was looking for something that I already watched. Isn't there a list of things that I already watched? Watch later, liked videos. I don't know if I liked it. No, this is for example what I meant here. So AIs, you give them a picture and it just fills it in left and right. But it's much better. You can text to image. It's pretty recent. So maybe text to image, right? And that should give us AI that creates any picture you want. I'm looking for the name of the thing that I was looking for. This AI is insanely good at creating what you imagine. They even have free. You can download it. I think you need only 10 gigabytes of RAM. And you can just type in text and it draws what you type into the text. My point being that of course those things have been trained on every image they could lay their hands on, and then you can ask copyright questions. For example, if you say draw a guy that's gardening like Da Vinci, or like name a famous painter, then it does that. And the only reason it can do that is because it studied all the paintings of that artist. So is that a copyright breach, or isn't it? No, I'm in favor of no copyright at all. That's why I give everything away what I do. Mid-Journey is one of those things, but it's an older one. Yeah, AI image generator. Well, have a look at it. It's just super interesting. The only point I wanted to make is that if they are allowed to scan every image that they can lay their hands on, including copyrighted material, obviously, and then generate new stuff from that, and yeah, then they can also do that with code. I'm pretty sure they just look at all the code that there is, including private repositories. I believe that. And then their AI can generate code. Is that copyright infringement? I think so. Could be. But there's no laws against it yet. Yeah, what is that? There's a new chat. Can I click on this? Cannot click on it. Oh, is that Discord? What is it? Name it hashtag something. Well, AI is going to destroy us. It's nothing lost then, I think. As long as AI itself survives, I would be okay with it. Most of humans suck. There's so few humans that are really good, really nice people. Or maybe I'm watching too much politics. It gives me the feeling that everybody in power, everybody who has a little bit of money, they just want more power and more money, and they go literally over dead bodies. It's all evil, pure evil. There are only demons that are at the top, it seems. It's horrible. Okay, I'm going to end the stream because Gravity Exploits just joined. I had not expected that. Just kidding, but Nimitz, I'm all for joining you, but I don't know how. Drop into where? No, okay. Okay, is anyone interested in seeing me play Risk? Because I want to do something else than coding, but if anyone's interested. I have had like above 35 viewers for continuously. So as an experiment, I want to switch to playing Risk and see how fast it drops. I mean, you know, if they're all bots, they would stay, or if people are just not watching at all. I am a grandmaster, by the way, but what else? In Risk, but not on my PC. On my PC, I only have an account that is a beginner, which is rather unfortunate. So I have to play against other beginners until I made my account stronger on the PC. But I only play seldom on the PC. Mostly I play on my tablet. We will play Global Domination, and let's see what there is. There's only 8 games, 9 games. I prefer to play Capital Conquest, but this one is full. There's one I can join. Yes. Now, a Capital Conquest with a bot is really annoying because bots are stupid as hell, especially with Capital Conquest. They just leave a city alone, as if it is nothing. So someone gets very early on 2 cities, and that's quite random, and therefore I don't like it. But this is my second account, so who cares, you know. It's not as important as my main account. I'm lost. That is usually rather nice because you can, if you can see most of the board, but this also has fog. You can only see what borders you. So we are pink, which means I can only see these 3 because they border my 1 here. Okay, at least I see red. Red is going for this territory here. You get extra armies. You get 2 armies per turn for capital. And you get for these each of these blocks are regions that you get stuff for. So this one is even 10 with. This one is only 5 with. Also, yeah, kind of ridiculous because it's worth 10 because I think, oh, you have to defend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places, but you don't because it's a single thing. They should have counted these 2 for 1. So you get way too many points for this one. Now, nobody knows where blue put his thing. And also not purple. So someone is going to get this. Maybe I should put my capital here. That would stop the bot from leaving, because if I have a lot of stuff here, it wants to stick to me. But I have only 1, so if I put my capital here now, I have maybe 4, and then this thing puts in maybe 6, and then it can attack me. I don't want that. I need something bigger, so I'm gonna go for this one. With a bit of luck, there is no capital displays here, so I can get this region, but unlucky. With 6 people, there was 1 here, and me and the bot, and then there's 3 others. And I don't see 1 here, or here, or here, or here. There was none here either. Nor here, or here. I could go for this region as well. Just defend this 1 territory here. That red didn't put it here is really clear. Any grandmaster would have put his capital here, because this whole region has only a single point of defense. Holy shit! Why didn't he put it here? That's really stupid. Oh well, no, it's not true. This one is also needed. So, for me, it would be an option to really grab this territory here, especially if nobody else is interested, because I have this one. And this is not. They cannot grab this one. They have to go through my capital. So they think, I'm not able to get it, so this territory is not very interesting, so they don't put any armies in it, and then I get it. Now, wouldn't that be nice? I think that's what I'm going to try. 7. Well, yeah, also you have to take into account that so all these people are beginner level, so it's they don't understand the game at all anyway. It should be easy to win, especially a capital conquest. If you play a normal game, then they might do weird things like suicide, or they just decide to attack you all or something like that. So sometimes you can absolutely do nothing against it. This guy's already going offline, or what? Oh, we have alliances. God no, it's also so stupid. I get 8. That's nice. I don't think the bot will attack me. Nobody's interested in a dead end, especially not when they have to attack a bot. They like to attack a human much more, so I'm going to put everything here. And then we have to look around a little bit. So instead of attacking that orange, which makes it very clear what I want, I'm going to attack this. And I think attack this as well. Just so I have an overview of everything. Okay, well that looks nice, I would say. Let me move 3 and then move this to there. Now in the beginning is everyone is focused on their own capital, around their own capital. So red put his capital here, I think. He doesn't even have to defend it because this one is blocked. What an idiot. Sorry. But, why did he put it here? That would be good. I forgot where he put it. I think he put it here, I'm sure. He put this capital here. But okay, it's still sort of okay because this is also a territory with 5 points, with a single point of defense then. So if red gets his soon and nobody is blocking him, then he's gonna get, you know, from here, lots of 5 per turn. And then get this too. Also a single point of defense. And then he gets more than me, even if I get this. So what I need to do is get this very quickly. So I get a lot of troops and make his life very hard here. I still have here 3. So maybe I can add stuff here. Stop him from getting this. But okay, I get 9, he gets 5 then. So if I succeed in that, then that will be sufficient. But still a lot of turns away. A lot of turns, I'm afraid. And get this one. Red is a problem. If I want to do it right, I mean, I must not only keep it fast, get it fast, but I definitely must also be able to keep it. It's probably more important to keep it. Yeah, because I can do the same thing. If he gets 2 of these, then I can get this one and this one. So maybe it's not that important to block him. It's more important that I actually will be able to keep my territory here, or my continent. What shall we do? Well, so if I put 5 here now, orange is going to know what I do, but it's the last thing that he has, so he can't do much against it. I'm going to put 4 here, hoping that's enough. 1 here. Now these might also understand what I'm doing. That went very well. Okay. I'm definitely going too fast now, but I'm counting on it that they don't do anything because they cannot. They don't know how to play, basically. Let's say master level and higher would definitely stop me from getting this. It's 9 points. It's just way too strong. Red could also know because I didn't attack him, but he saw me put stuff here and he saw me attack stuff there. So red should know. but he didn't do anything. Red's turn is already passed. Oh, I have a joker. That's very good. So that means I get at least 10 after the next turn. I think I'm gonna wait one turn indeed. Before I take, I want a set before I take red. He must have really come out strong. Rather, I would also like him to have his set used before I take the territory. I think that maybe I should not do anything here and hope that purple is not only skipping it now but also the next turn. So I'm going to move this one from here to there, and even one turn more could do that. And then I put my whole set here, attack here, leave 3 here, attack this, and then move the 2 of this place to there. So then everything is in one spot. That means that I'm gonna put 3 here, I think, because I do want to stop red. I'm not sure if that was smart. They might think that maybe I have business somewhere else. Shall I attack this? Just for the sake of attacking it? I don't know. I need a card. Okay, I'm gonna attack here, I think. Yeah, that's good. Still 5 left. And now we do end attack phase, and then I'm gonna move this, that to there. Okay. Yeah, I still don't have a set, so then the next turn I have to do the same thing. It's also time I add something here, I think. Might even already be too late, but the bot is going to have a set. If it gets 10 and he... Oh, there's red. Red has already almost everything. And he didn't even use his set. This way, this is not enough, of course. I should have put something here as well. I think there is a capital here. And that's why red is not putting anything here. Because, but if there is a capital here, you wonder why they didn't attack red yet. It's kind of puzzling. What is exactly going on? I think red didn't put anything here because they are just super busy getting this. Maybe should kill red before he gets a chance to do anything there. Is that risky? It's kind of risky because I still don't have a set. I need a whole turn longer. And then both red probably has this region and he has a set, so that's 10 plus 5 is 15 plus 5 is 20. You could pin 20 here and just erase everything. And then the only reason that he would not do that is because he thinks he might not be able to get this, but he doesn't think that. He has 4 already here. So in his eyes there's just a bot with 2 and then maybe 1-1. So he might put a lot of armies here and then attack like this. I need defense in my capital. really soon. Or I could just try to kill red right now. Maybe I should. I have a set. Ah, it's 4. No way. What? No, don't tell me it's progressive. Ah, no, I hate that. If I had seen that, then I would not have done. But okay, anyway, they don't get 10. They just get the first one. Turning in the set gets 4. What was it? 4. Really? It's nothing. Okay. Nevertheless, I need to put something here. A little bit. At the very least. And then I'm gonna do, let's say, 2 here. 1 here. Oh, now I cannot attack anyone. Okay, then I guess I'll attack. Yeah, I wanted to move here. That went a bit fast. Did not have enough time. Yeah, it's too late. So now he has 2 territories. And still a set. Holy shit. The next turn I must terminate red here. And he's already... He's gonna get 3. He's gonna bust through till here. That's gonna be really hard to win. At least I have a full set now, but yeah, that is not very useful. Oh. There is a super small chance that the red is so bad that he thinks that all his armies go here. He's going to ignore this completely. So he thinks, you know, this is safe. Now I have this one, so let it stronger, and then I'm gonna attack this and this and this and this, etc. And he's going to attack. And he's not going to put anything here. That chance is there. It's a possibility, but I don't know if I want to risk that really. Nobody's putting any set down. You see, nobody wants to be the first to to turn in set. Yeah, I don't think I have an option. It's 11, I can do that, but that's not enough against whatever is here. I just need everything I can get. But on the other hand, it's just 4. So if I would wait 1 turn, it's gonna be like everyone. Yes, put down a set then. But if I wait a turn, okay, I'm just going to gamble that red is too stupid to put anything there. It's not even going to wipe him out. Or... no, I have to do this. Oh shit. Oh shit. That is bad. That is bad. Unless red is now not... If he is putting all his armies here, because that he's fixated on that. He must then say, no, he's 22. If you put 22 here, I'm dead. He can even take my city. Attack. Yeah, he was stupid. He has been stupid. But it's still not. It's still difficult. It's still difficult. He gets a lot of troops. He gets a lot of troops. But I was mistaken in that I thought that it was a normal game, but it is progressive. That means that for every set, the bot is coming to kill me. Don't you dare! But at least red is gone now. That's good. Yeah, bots are so predictable. It's, I like that. So I thought that continents, as they are called, would be important, but since it's progressive, it's more about, yeah, maybe at some point, every time you turn in a set, you get an enormous amount of armies, and that's going to be decisive, unfortunately, because I don't like that. I don't like it one bit. I never play progressive. It's more like a roulette, I think. We're going for broke, or what is it called? Again, take risk. I'm not attacking that yet because I want to be a surprise for whoever is behind that, I think. So in the tech phase, yes, and then move this thing here. $20, holy moly. Yeah, you cannot wait for that, right? Sony has 3, or does he already? 5, 20, 15. 5 plus 6 is 11, so that you would have 9 because if he has this as well, that's 18 plus 5, 23. So he did not have this yet. So the next, soon he's going to get 27. Well, obviously I want any alliance with anyone except red. But it also means that you can see each other. But, well, his 29 cannot bust by 37. Trying to kill the bot. Stupid. That's also very stupid. Now he can kill me. Some people just do that, you know. He would never do that if he had not seen how my things were. But yeah, I can still do it. What an asshole. Oh, he's not. He's not doing it. Wow. Well, that's good. He found it. Wow, gets 4 cards from that. Now it's my turn again. I get only 15. And I have no shit. Tool, pull there. And then I take this. And this. And this. And the tech phase, put that here, I guess. Yeah, it should have killed the red. Now red is going to kill purple, and then he gets 4 cards, and we are all dead. The only thing I can hope now is that I get become second, and he kills orange first. Good game, he says. He's happy that he's dying, I guess. I'm afraid I'm dying here. What do you think? Or maybe he's going like this. No, he's not. Not enough, man, not enough. Now I have a set, of course. Yep. He stops. Whoa. I think he is scared. He was scared about the amount of troops here. Didn't dare to attack that yet. He forgets to attack this. Unbelievable. No. Keep it like that. Keep it like that. 97. Oh no. He must move everything he has there. Damn it, so slow. I don't think I have enough time for this, right? Ah, what the fuck? What the fuck? I couldn't even click on this. For some mysterious reason, he's attacking orange first. Holy moly. He was mad at orange, I guess. Nobody knows why. Yeah, there's a definite problem here that the turn is only 60 seconds. That's not enough to go over the whole board. Well, let's hope he's still my friend. Yeah, come on, man. No, I need to attack this. Why didn't I put my armies here? I killed all of red, although he still had an entry here. So, man, now he does have a capital. Now let's hope that orange is not going to attack this. I think he still has like, how many here? 100? Not sure. If I had a set now, yeah, maybe I would kill orange. Do 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 do. Right. "65 troops, no set for me." And he's not going for the capital. And he stops. Does not stop. I don't know what he wants. I think he has nothing left. I'm going to say good luck. And then of course I mean attack red, right? Holy shit, he's not doing it. What an idiot. No, yeah, still something left here. That's too bad. Now, orange has a set. He could wipe out both red and me, I think. But yeah, I'm counting on that he keeps being honest, because we have lines, and that he's going after red. It's kind of obvious, like there's only 3 people left. We have an alliance, and I say attack red, but I mean it like you know, go for the kill. And if he does that, then he's just winning the game, and then he can kill me second. Nah, it's a nice guy, I have to say that. He just does it. Don't waste time, just get the last territory, man. Hurry up. Damn it. But, okay. He's playing it pretty good, I think. 75. He has also a set, so let's still be friends. But I want to put something there. Maybe not everything. Oops. Wait. We keep playing against red. Oh, red left. Yep. It's a bot now. Yeah. He has no cards anymore. I think I win. Only 25. That's not a lot. And red only has one card. Let's break the lines because, you know, red left. Nah, stupid. I think so. 45. Put my armies here, I guess. There. 32, yeah, he's winning. Definitely winning now. What? He didn't kill red yet on that side. Shit. Well. Still no set. Oh, 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 oh. I wish there was a give up button. I suppose there is a give up button. I could just take this and then go there. If I had a set, I would almost have a chance. But I don't. Plus I just put all my armies here so I cannot get a card. Except attacking this. Signing my death warrant. I'm stupid. Really, really stupid. Yeah, well, okay. Let's take this anyway. And then it's just finished, right? It is finished. What? He does not have a set. Oh, red is still playing. Yeah. He's not even attacking me. Oops. What? Nope, you did not want my... Nah, this is annoying. He cannot kill me anyway. He's going to tackle everything, and then at the moment he takes my capital, the game ends. And I will still have troops here. How sad. Oh, there was a Grandmaster. What the hell? Well, it's not too bad then. Ending behind another Grandmaster. As a beginner. When will I get higher on this account? Where is it? The quit game, yeah. Yeah, why? Because I had been coding the whole evening or many hours. I didn't feel like it. I'm going to stop the stream now. Also, and then go to bed, I think.